spiritual masters, the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and master of devotees. Master, please be merciful unto us. Give us the Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma, He Vallabhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma, He Vallabhakati Sadma. Bando Mui Sabadana Mate. Mando Mui Sabadana Mate. Yara Prasade Bhai, E Baba Tori Ay. Yara Prasade Bhai, E Baba Tori Ay. Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya. Arana Koriyo Mane Asha. Arana Koriyo Mane Asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati, Aise Uttama Gati. Shri Guru Charane Rati, Aise Uttama Gati. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Sakudano dilo ye janme janme Prabhu se. Sakudano dilo ye janme janme Prabhu se. Divya gyani de prakatito. Divya gyani de prakatito. Prema bhakti aite abhijave nasayate. Prema bhakti aite abhijave nasayate. Vede gaya ratarito. Vede gaya ratarito. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vadamaja Narabandhu. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vadamaja Narabandhu. Lokanath Lokera Divana. Lokanath Lokera Divana. Ha Prabhu Kora Daya Dilmone Padachaya. Ha Prabhu Kora Daya Dilmone Padachaya. Ebe Yaskusu Tribhuvana. Ebe Yaskusu Tribhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivate Sanjavani Hastachari Satarine. Prabhupada. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bolo, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bolo, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Wait. Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Bhagavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Nandar Agom Vikamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyan Vipan Kayanti Jiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur, Hari Bol. Jaya Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladev, Jai Subhadra. Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Jai Gurudeva. Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Stottar Satashi Srimad His Divine Grace Abhaya Charanaravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Sri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Stottar Satashi Srimad His Divine Grace Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Sham Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Shri Kshetra Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalchan Ji Ki Jai. Shri Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Ki Jai. Shri Gaur Nityananda Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai, Jamuna Mai Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Srimati Tulsi Devi Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari 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 Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Today is Saturday, September 10th, 2022. And we'll hear from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 18. Yeah, Maharaj Parikshit cursed by a Brahmana boy, yeah. And we'll hear from text 2 today. My name is Swami B.A. Ashram. Brahmakopotidad. Actually, I'll just read through and then we'll do the word. Brahma kopotitad yastu Dakshakat prana viplavat Nasammumohoru bhayad. I think I missed a syllable. Nasammumohoru bhayad. Bhagavatyarpita shaya. Ramakopotitad yastu. Dakshakat prana viplavat. Nasammumohoru bhayad. Bhagavatyarpitashaya Brahmakopotitad yastu Dakshakat prana viplavat Nasammumohoru bhayad Bhagavatyarpitashaya. Brahmakopa, fury of a Brahmana. Uttitat, caused by. Ya, what was. Tu, but. Dakshakat, excuse me, by the snake bird. Prana viplavat, from dissolution of life. Na, never. Sammumoha, was overwhelmed. Uru bhayat, great fear. Bhagavati, unto the personality of Godhead. Arpita, surrendered. Ashaya, consciousness. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Translation, furthermore, Maharaj Parikshit was always consciously surrendered to the personality of Godhead, and therefore he was neither afraid nor overwhelmed by fear due to a snake bird which was to bite him because of the fury of a Brahmana boy. Responsively, please. Furthermore, Maharaj Parikshit was always consciously surrendered to the personality of Godhead, and therefore he was neither afraid nor overwhelmed by fear due to a snake bird which was to bite him because of the fury of a Brahmana boy. I apologize for such large chunks. I didn't I'm accustomed to having it up on the screen so everybody can see, so I generally feel confident that they can follow me if I do large phrases, and then I realized we don't, so I apologize. Srila Prabhupada's purport. A self-surrendered devotee of the Lord is called Narayana Parayana. Such a person is never afraid of any place or person, not even of death. For him, nothing is as important as the Supreme Lord, and thus he gives equal importance to heaven and hell. He knows well that both heaven and hell are creations of the Lord, and similarly, life and death are different conditions of existence created by the Lord. But in all conditions and in all circumstances, remembrance of Narayana is essential. The Narayana Parayana practices this constantly. Maharaja Parikshit was such a pure devotee. He was wrongfully cursed by an inexperienced son of a Brahmana who was under the influence of Kali. And Maharaj Parikshit took this to be sent by Narayana. He knew that Narayana, Lord Krishna, had saved him when he was burned in the womb of his mother, and if he were to be killed by a snake bite, it would also take place by the will of the Lord. The devotee never goes against the will of the Lord. Anything sent by God is a blessing for the devotee. Therefore, Maharaj Parikshit was neither afraid of nor bewildered by such things. That is the sign of a pure devotee of the Lord. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militang Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukhaṁ Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langhayate Girim Jatkripatamahang Bande Shri Gurun Dinataranam Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitang Yena Bhutale Svayang Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Svapadantikam Ancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhobhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Brahmakopotitad Yastu Takshakat Prana Viplavat Nasammumohu Horu Bhayad Bhagavatyarpitashaya. Furthermore, Maharaj Parikshit was always consciously surrendered to the personality of Godhead, and therefore he was neither afraid nor overwhelmed by fear due to a snake bird which was to bite him because of the fury of a Brahmana boy. So this, Srila Prabhupada points out, this is the perspective, this is the mentality of the pure devotees. They see Krishna in everything and everything in Krishna. This is Krishna conscious vision. We get this actually right from the second canto of the Bhagavatam. The vision that we're given in the second canto of the Bhagavatam is that even the material energy, even the material world is Krishna, because it's Krishna's energy, and there's no difference between Krishna and Krishna's energy. So we see right from the second canto of the Bhagavatam the philosophy of Achintya Bheda being taught. Sometimes we might assume that the idea of Achintya Bheda Tattva, simultaneous difference and non-difference, is something introduced by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or maybe by Jiva Goswami, because he actually coined the term, as far as I understand. But it's taught in the Bhagavatam itself. It is an essential teaching of the Bhagavatam. second canto, first and second cantos, they're considered the lotus feet of the Lord. They give us a base from which we develop our perspective on the spiritual world, but also the material world. So what we see throughout the second canto is this picture of even the material world. First of all, we're given this, what is the chapter called? Like sort of a presenting of a universal form of the Lord. So the mountains are his backbones, etc. The sun and the moon are his eyes, and these things. This is a sort of, this is a way of seeing Krishna everywhere and in everything. I remember trying to understand this about a bazillion years ago when I was a brahmachari. Trying to understand what it meant to see Krishna in everything. So there were these pillars in the temple room at our temple in Honolulu, near the university in Manoa Valley. And I thought, so am I supposed to see this made up of little, like, Narayan forms or Vishnu forms with four hands with the club conch, lotus, and chakra, or what? But that vision is actually given in the second canto. Now, when I was trying to imagine that, we didn't have the second canto available to us. So all we had just a few books. We had first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, the little abridged Bhagavad Gita as it is, Ishopanishad, teachings of Lord Chaitanya. I don't think we had copies of Easy Journey to, maybe we did, had copies of Easy Journey to Planets, other planets available. I just don't remember now. But we only had a few books, and we got this, we began to get this vision of how we can see Krishna everywhere and in everything in the second canto. I mean, there's a chapter in there called Purusha Sukta Confirmed. And so, and what we get from that chapter is this philosophy, achintya bheda bheda. Bheda abheda. A difference in non-difference. So that's right there from the very beginning of the Bhagavatam. And where does that idea come from? Well, the name of the chapter is Purusha Sukta Confirmed. The Purusha Sukta prayers are part of the Rig Veda Samhita. And the Rig Veda is the oldest of the four Vedas. So this is the original philosophy, Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva. This is the original philosophy of the Vedas. That there is at least a sense in which everything is Krishna and Krishna is in everything. This isn't, pardon me, my brain's not firing on all cylinders today. I'm still recovering from travel and then sleepless nights and being up late last night after the program. I was really wound up when I got back last night. It was really hard to settle down and take rest. What I was thinking of now. I'm sorry. This is the original teaching of the. Oh, this is at least one way to see how Krishna is in everything. The second canto tells us that even the material energy is Krishna. We should see that. And we see one name for Srimati Radharani that we find in the 4th chapter of Adi Leela of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita is Krishna Mai. And Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj explains, after citing a verse from the Gautamiya Tantra, Krishna Mai Devi Prokta, I can't remember the rest of the verse right now. But so then Krishnadas Kaviraj explains later, Krishna Mai means she sees Krishna everywhere and in everything, or her life is all about Krishna. And there was a pop song. I don't know how popular it was. I'm an old person and I'm way out of touch with popular culture. But there was a pop song maybe 20 years or so ago by Chrissy Hind and the Pretenders. And the song was a sort of a celebration of different spiritual paths. And one of the verses was about Krishna consciousness. So she sang, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama too, Govinda, I am still in love with you. I see you in the birds and in the trees. That's why they call me Krishna Mai. And anyone who knows her or anything about her knows that Chrissy Hind was initiated into Gaudiya Vaishnavism, and her name is Krishna Mai. So this is a really nice verse. I also have, my older daughter's name is Krishna Mai, and that came from actually reading this verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita one evening. My wife and I were living on the big island, and she was pregnant, and we had 2 names for boys, but no names for girls that worked for us, that actually clicked. So it was a bit of a quandary. If we had a boy, then how would we decide between Nitai Gaurchandra and Achyuta Gotra, which were the boys' names we had. And we had no girl's name. So it was a big problem for us. And one night we were reading Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 4, Adi Lila, chapter 4, and we came across that verse, and we just stopped and we looked at each other and we said, that's the name. And as it happened, she was born a few months later on Radhashtami, which was, we thought, kind of cool, although we didn't get to have the same kind of fun at the Radhashtami festival as the other devotees. But, so this is Radha Rani's vision. She's Krishna Mai. She sees Krishna everywhere in everything. She sees everything in relationship to Krishna. And I remember discussing many years ago with a longtime devotee friend of mine. Goes back to my very first days in Krishna consciousness, who was being influenced by a little bit by another sampradaya, and this devotee suggested that perhaps that other lineage's teachings were even better than ours. And I said, well, wait a minute. Their idea is that everything is Krishna, therefore everything should be used in Krishna's service. Ours is everything is Krishna's, possessive. Therefore it must be used in Krishna's service. Just as someone asked Giriraj Maharaj last night about the fruits of gambling. If we make money, he used the word earn money by gambling. That's not earning money, that's cheating. That's not making an honest living. And that's why we're enjoined to avoid that, because we're not making an honest living, and it infects our consciousness. We know there's actually, just as there's an Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, there's also a Gamblers Anonymous, because for some people this becomes an addictive behavior, even though, or maybe especially when they just can't win. They keep thinking, oh, maybe next time, maybe next time. So someone asked Giriraj Maharaj last night, is the money gained from gambling too sinful to use in Krishna's service? And he said, oh, no, it should be used in Krishna's service. And I thought, well, actually, no, it must be used in Krishna's service. So I pointed this out to this devotee, that even more than everything being Krishna, everything is Krishna's. This is how it's Krishna, because Krishna and Krishna's energies are non-different. And the material world is one of Krishna's energy. It's this inferior energy, and it's dead on its own. This thing doesn't have any life except for the way we use it, right? Someone else might use such a lectern, to give talks on the law or United States history or something like that. The devotees use it to speak on Hari Katha. Speaking with some devotees last night, and this is the business of the Narayana Parayana. Matchita Madgata Prana Bodhayanta Parasparam Katayantas Chamam Nityam Tushyanti Cha Ramanti Cha. That the pure devotees get their tushta, their satisfaction, and their rama, their pleasure from discussing topics of Krishna. You know that nice verse from the Gopi Gita, the 31st chapter of the Bhagavatam, of the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, where the gopis are celebrating or vilifying the topics of Krishna, their power. I say vilifying because if you look at Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's commentary on that verse, he takes it in a completely different direction. He said that he says these topics are like poison, and they kill those who have a taste for them. And he points out that materialistic people will spend money to create Bhagavat Saptahas, right? So that everyone will come and listen, and all their material desires will be destroyed, will be killed by hearing these topics of Krishna, and therefore we can plunder whatever wealth they have. It's a really wonderful verse. The Gopi Gita is just an amazing chapter, very short chapter, only 19 verses. But in it, we see the gopis, the strength of a gopi's love for Krishna. They can't not think about Krishna. We have a problem. We find it difficult to think about Krishna. We have to train ourselves to think about Krishna because our minds are so easily distracted by the sanskars, the impressions in our chitta gathered over so many countless lifetimes. The gopis have a different problem. They can't not think about Krishna. They can't forget Krishna, and it drives them crazy, and they love it. You read something like the Gopi Gita, and you see how the gopis are glorifying and criticizing Krishna at the same time, because this is their song of lamentation. Krishna has dumped them in the rasa dance, and ultimately dumped even Radharani. So they gather on the bank of the river, and they start singing these verses glorifying Krishna. And Krishna's hiding nearby, listening. You see depictions of the Gopi Gita, and Krishna's either behind a tree or up in the tree, and he's listening, thinking, come on, let's hear some more. But it's only a short chapter. So this is the vision of the Narayana Parayana. I decided to use my iPad rather than the book this morning, even though the book's readily available, because I had already previously gone to Monier Williams to look up para and parayana. So you see the translation of para in the Sanskrit English dictionaries. Para, having as the chief object, given up to, occupied with, engrossed in, intent on, resting on, consisting of. So Radharani is the ultimate Narayana Para, right? Because she is Krishna Devi. How does Jiva Goswami's song go? Krishna Prema Mai Radha, Radha Prema Maya Hari. Jivane Marane Nityam Radha Krishna Gatir Mama. That Radharani, she's completely composed of Krishna love, Krishna Prema, love for Krishna. That's the substance of her being. She is concentrated love for Krishna. And Krishna, Hari, steals away everybody's hearts, steals away our possessions. He's composed entirely, constituted entirely of love for Radha. Therefore, jivane marane nityam. In life or in death, I am eternally all about Radha and serving Radha and Krishna. Serving for and synonymous with. So there's a couple of more translations of para. And parayana means making something one's chief object, wholly devoted, engaged in, intent on, filled or occupied with, affected or possessed by Krishna Prema. Krishna Prema Mai Radha. So that reminds me of one of my favorite Bhagavatam verses back in the 5th chapter. Gosh, I can't, I'm going to do a quick search here. This is, actually I have it, I know I have it bookmarked. This is, gosh, so many bookmarks, and they're not well organized. Okay, let me do the search then. This is the 5th chapter of the 1st canto. This is Vyasadev's lamentation. Srila Vyasadeva, as we know, is feeling despondent, depressed. In the parlance of the culture I come from in the 60s, bummed out. Even after compiling the 4 Vedas with the Upanishads and the Samhitas, compiling all the Puranas and the Itihasas, Mahabharata, Ramayana, and still he's feeling unfulfilled, feeling dissatisfied, to the point where he's actually depressed. He just can't figure out what is wrong. And his guru, Narada Muni, comes along and points out to him exactly where the problem lies. What you've done so far, all this work, Narada Muni characterizes it with the word jugupsitam, detestable. Now, how is that? Well, it's detestable compared with what you need to do. Because there's, in the Vedas and the Puranas and the Itihasas, there's a path for everyone, no matter where you are, a path for uplifting everybody. But it can become confusing. Sometimes I've heard it described as like a jungle of sounds. And it can be confusing. So some people are going to think, well, the ultimate goal is impersonal Brahman, or the ultimate goal is attaining Svarga. Because where these things are taught, they're glorified as the ultimate goal. So what he tells Narada Muni, what you've missed is that text that glorifies exclusive devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So text 17. So in this chapter, by pointing out to Narada Muni the need for composing Srimad Bhagavatam, he also is very clearly drawing a distinction between bhakti and everything else. Very, very stark distinction. So in text 17, he says, this verse is probably a little more well-known and probably more frequently cited by Srila Prabhupada in his purports. Tyaktva swadharmam charanam bhujam harer bhajanna pakvo tapatit yatato yadi yatrakva bhadram abhura mushyakim kovarta apto bhajatam swadharmataha. Confirmed. One who has forsaken his material occupations to engage in the devotional service of the Lord may sometimes fall down while in an immature stage, yet there's no danger of his being unsuccessful. On the other hand, a non-devotee, though fully engaged in occupational duties, does not gain anything. So here he draws a distinction between even bhakti yoga and varnashram dharma. You can engage in varnashram dharma completely, wholeheartedly, and still not get anywhere. Because whatever you gain by doing that expires after a while, right? When our pious credits, even if we attain Svarga, when our pious credits expire, then, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita Kshine Punyamurti Lokam Vishanti. Then we have to come back down to this dump, right? So it's almost pointless to make such an endeavor if that's actually the goal of our life. But Narada says that even if someone has given up all their material occupations, does this sound familiar? Do we hear echoes of a Bhagavad Gita verse? Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja. Right? Krishna says to Arjuna, after 600 odd verses of arguing with Arjuna, presenting an argument to Arjuna from many different angles of vision, many different perspectives, then Krishna says, forget it all. Sarva dharma, all these different conventional senses of dharma, forget them. Not just forget them, completely forget them. Sarva dharman parityaja, completely reject all conventional senses of dharma and take shelter in me exclusively. And even if some sin is incurred by your doing so, I've got you covered, right? I've got your back. Don't worry about it. I have that power. And then the Bhagavatam picks up right from the very next step in the second verse, right? Dharma prodchita kaitavotra paramo nirmatsaranam satam. The Bhagavatam tells us, here's a text for those, now we're going to hear something for those who have already praujjita, completely given up, completely rejected kaitava dharma. All kinds of cheating religion. So the language shifts a little bit, not just sarva dharman, but it's kaitava dharma. What do we mean, kaitava dharma? Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, when he discusses this verse, the second verse of the Bhagavatam, I think in the 22nd chapter of Madhya Lila, when he's getting up to the chapter is called The Process of Devotional Service, and this is where Lord Chaitanya teaches Sanatana Goswami about the 64 angas of sadhana bhakti. And he cites this verse, Dharma prodchita kaitavotra paramo nirmatsaranam satam vedyavastam. So then he says, and what do we mean by kaitava dharma? Dharma artha kama moksha vancha. Some aspiration for any of the four purusharthas. Well, wait a minute, this is everything, right? Dharma artha kama moksha vancha. What else is there? Dharma artha kama moksha. Dharma, becoming virtuous. And why do we want to become virtuous? So we can, artha, get ahead in the world, make some material progress. And why do we want to make material progress? Kama, so we can enjoy, we can become comfortable. And then when we see through the whole thing, we see through the scam of striving for material pleasure, then we want freedom, we want release, we want liberation, moksha. So what else is there? Well, there's Panchama Purushartha. There's a fifth goal of human life, Prem Prayojana. That goal is Krishna Prema. So the Bhagavatam is drawing this distinction. So even if we have to, for Varnashram, for practicing karma, the karma marg, Varnashram dharma, we have to do everything perfectly if we really want the results. If we engage in Varnashram dharma perfectly for 100 lifetimes with no mistakes, we might get to be a Brahma somewhere. Right? But we have to do it perfectly to get that result. Same thing with jnana. Same thing with yoga. We have to do them perfectly in order to attain the result. Bhakti, not really. Bhakti is so powerful that even if we don't get it right, then we'll always get a chance to pick up where we left off. No loss or diminution. So he says, so he draws this distinction, and then 2 verses later in the 19th verse, Narada says, Navaijano jatu katanchana virjan mukunda sevyan vayadanga sangshrutim smaran mukundang ryupaguhanam punar bihatu michen naraso graho jana. He's talking about the rasa, the Narayana Parayana. They are rasagraha. My dear Vyas, even though a devotee of Lord Krishna sometimes falls down somehow or other, he certainly does not undergo material existence like others, the fruitive workers, etc., because a person who has once relished the taste of the lotus feet of the Lord can do nothing but remember that ecstasy again and again. So even if you make some mistake, even if you actually fall down from your practice, nothing is lost in bhakti. The other paths, you've got to pretty much start over again. But in bhakti, there's a little, even if you have to change lives, a little catch-up time where it looks like you're a new devotee. But people who've been around a little bit, I've seen this in so many so-called new devotees. And I'd say, well, this is not so-and-so's first kirtan. Because they get it so almost it seems intuitively. They get bhakti right away, and they start picking things up just like that. So, in his purport, and I commend this verse, 1.5.19, to everyone to read regularly. Srila Prabhupada's purport, following after Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's comment on this verse, is so generous in its vision. And so Srila Prabhupada says, how do we fall down? Prabhupada says, due to uncongenial association. So bad association, Prabhupada says that a couple times. In his Tika, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says it just a little bit differently. He says, because of poor determination. I think the two things go hand in hand. If our determination is weak, we may not find ourselves in the best association. And if we don't find ourselves, if somehow or other we find ourselves in not the best of association while we're in an immature stage of our bhakti, then our determination may be weakened by that association. And this is a point that I often bring up. What do we mean by sadhu sangha? What do we mean by devotee association? And Srila Rupa Goswami defines that when he gives the list of the 64 angas of sadhana bhakti in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. 3 aspects. Sajati ashaye, snigdhe, and svatovare. The line is Sadashi ashaye, snigdhe, sadhu sangha, svatovare. So we're looking for 3 things in that kind of association that will strengthen the determination in our practice. So the first is sajati ashaye. Jata has to do with birth, with family, with kind, with caste or class. So sometimes we say like-minded. I prefer like-hearted because I think it's more to the point. Because bhakti yoga is heart business more than it's head business. We use our heads maybe to soften our hearts so that bhakti the bhakti Devi can enter our hearts and take them over. So sajati ashaye, not like-minded or like-hearted. We share generally the same goal, love of Krishna. Snigdhe, affectionately disposed, because who wouldn't want such association? If someone is cold, distant, maybe passive-aggressive, maybe even hostile, who wants to hang out with such a person? Who's going to be drawn to that company? Except for really, really wrong reasons. Sometimes we see people trying to get close to someone who's really just an awful person. And the third characteristic, svatovare. Svata means oneself, and vara means superior. So we want the association of devotees who share our perspective on Krishna consciousness, who are affectionately disposed, and who are at least a little more advanced than we are, because we want them to draw us along. We want the kind of association where we're thinking, I want what he has. I want what she has. I want to, whatever it is that's infected them, I want to catch that. So Srila Prabhupada says, due to uncongenial association, they might fall down, but they're never to be considered the same as a fallen karmi. And he talks about even the suffering that the devotees go through. Vishwanath Chakravarti's language is quite stark. He says this verse elaborates the point that there's no misfortune for the devotee. Even if overcome because of poor determination, the person who serves Mukunda never returns to samsara, the place of enjoying the results of karma. The devotees, this is a point I think I was making last night, the devotees don't enjoy or suffer because of karma. But they enjoy suffering and distress, happiness and distress arranged directly by the Lord himself. And he cites a verse from a line from the Padma Purana, Nakarma bandham janma vaishnavanam chavidyate. Vaishnavas don't have rebirth caused by karma. Their rebirth is caused by bhakti, so they can engage in more bhakti. And then he says, the verse doesn't say remembering his lotus feet, but remembering the embrace of his lotus feet, remembering the taste of having served his lotus feet. And then he says, the cause of not desiring to give up that remembrance of the Lord is then mentioned. Rasagraha means one who is eager for tasting. Rasagraha. One who has a taste which is something like a ghost which cannot be given up. Haunted by rasa. Rasagraha means haunted by rasa. And then he says, oh, rasagraha, maybe this sounds like higher a platform like ruchi and asakti. And then it becomes actual rasa, maybe at the stage of rati or bhava. But then he says, however, even from the first day of worshiping the Lord, there is certainly a portion of tasting rasa in a very covered form. And then to support that this happens even from the first day of our engagement in bhakti yoga, he cites a verse from the 11th canto. I think this is the sage Kavi speaking to King Nimi. Bhakti paresh anubhavo viraktir anyatar chaishatri eka kalaha prapadyamanasa yatashnas yus tushti pushti kshudapaya nughasam. Three things happen when we engage in bhakti, simultaneously and progressively as we engage in bhakti. Just as when we eat, three things happen simultaneously and progressively. Bhakti paresh anubhavo viraktir anyatra. Bhakti, a sense of devotion to the Lord, that's right there in the service. Some direct experience of the Lord, even if it's just like really appreciating a wonderful heart-driven kirtan, or some really wonderful prasad, or a really nice discourse on Srimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita. Bhakti pareshanobhava, direct experience of the Lord, and viraktiranyatra, detachment from other things. These three things all happen from the first day of our practice. Just as from the first morsel, the first bite of our meal, three things happen simultaneously and progressively. Tushti, pushti, kshudapaya. Satisfaction, nourishment, and relief from hunger. And these things they're all parallel. They're all analogous. So the tushti, the satisfaction, is that sense of bhakti. Pushti is nourishment. We have the pushti marg, the followers of the Vallabha Sampradaya. They're called the pushti marg. This is the nourishing marg of devotion to Krishna. And kshudapaya. As you eat, then eventually your hunger is slaked. And at a certain point, we think, oh my God, I'm filled up to the neck, I'm never going to eat again. How many times have we said this? Especially when you get old. When you're 22, it takes maybe 3 or 4 plates to get there. When you're my age, maybe just a little bit. Just a little bit. Sometimes we can't digest all these things even. And we start to think, we had one pakora. Okay, that's enough. How am I going to get to the halava? So these three things happen simultaneously and progressively as we engage in bhakti. So this is a very powerful path that when we engage in bhakti, everything else becomes pale by comparison. And we become Narayana Parayana. We become possessed by the Lord. We become followers of Krishna Mai, of Srimati Radharani. I see that the clock has been, somehow or other. I've just ignored the clock and gotten myself into trouble again. So with gratitude, I'll stop here and entertain any questions or comments, complaints. Yes, Prabhu. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so rasa parayana would be, according to our definition, one way to read it would be possessed by rasa, enjoying rasa. Same thing as, so it's just like rasa graha. And what is your name? Oh, Jadavacharya. Oh, Hare Krishna. I've gotten to meet you in person at last. Yeah, it's such a wonderful name, Rasa Parayana. I always used to marvel at the wonderful names so many devotees had. My name in my other ashrams was Babru. And I remember when Gaur-Sundar read the letter at my initiation back a million years ago, I thought, oh my God, I'm going to be Bob for the rest of my life. And, yeah, Rasa Parayana, what a wonderful name. Yeah. Narayana Parayana, Rasa Parayana. I mean, this is our goal. We want our lives to be taken over by rasa, completely taken over by striving for rasa. I mean, as Jadavacharya points out, there isn't an adequate definition, translation of rasa in English. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur used the word mellow. Has anybody here tried to find a usage of the word mellow as a noun anywhere? I've spent more hours than I can count trying to. I was an English teacher. I was an English professor. So this is one of the things, I think, okay, how do I relate this to people outside who aren't already infected by Srila Prabhupada's bhava? This rasa as mellows, which is Srila Prabhupada, as he admits, simply following Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur uses this, although we don't have a way to explain it. Because there really isn't an equivalent for rasa. It's juice or taste or something like that. But it's really, if we look in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, we see that there are 5 kinds of bhava that combine to create rasa. You've got the sthayi bhava, you've got the anubhavas, you've got the vyabhichari bhavas, and the others. So I'm not good with lists. All these 5 kinds of rasa that combine together to create rasa. And what rasa is, it's like this constant swelling of love for Krishna. It just keeps growing and growing. It's like when a wave comes in and then you've got the backwash going out and then you've got this even bigger wave that comes after that. There are places where I used to surf on Oahu that are known for their, like at Makaha Beach, sometimes there's the shore is a little steep, so you get this really heavy backwash. So when the wave comes in and then it's the water starts to go back out, that energy starts to go back out again, and then it meets the incoming wave, and you get this kind of spectacular thing where there's this plume of water, and sometimes you'll see people riding that backwash even. So this is one way to understand rasa, this constant swelling, and it's 5 kinds of bhava that combine together to create rasa. So this is something that we can meditate on, that we can aspire for, that we can hear about from devotees who have tasted a little bit of this rasa, because we want what they've got, right? If he's infected with this, please let me catch it too. there's a Rumi poem, supposedly a translation of a Rumi poem, although this person's so-called Rumi translations are a little controversial among Rumi scholars. Not most Rumi scholars don't accept his translations as actually authentically being Rumi. So I don't understand how all that works. But there's one poem where Rumi is supposed to say something like, I caught the happy virus last night while chanting God's names under the stars. It's very infectious, so kiss me. So we want to get close to devotees who are infected with rasa so that we can catch that. So thank you. That's such a wonderful question. Yes, sir. Yeah, I have a hearing problem, and my hearing aids are tuned for kartals. I forgot to change adjust the the answer is yes. E, all of the above, right? Yeah, we should try to develop that vision. That's the point of reading Srimad Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam begins, as I mentioned in the second canto, by presenting that vision. And we should try to imbibe that vision. But where do we get that vision? We get that vision from the devotees. So we hanker for that kind of association that drives us to constantly double down on our sadhana. Because as Giriraj Maharaj pointed out last night, he cited one of my favorite phrases from the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, Bhaktya sanjataya bhaktya. Bhakti is born of bhakti. Bhakti comes from bhakti. So we get sadhana, we get bhakti from the bhaktas. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur points this out at the beginning of Madhurya Kadambini. You know, he has a kind of an extended argument to show just how independent Krishna is, which is completely independent. Although Krishna refutes that in the Uddhava Gita, he says, I'm not at all independent. I depend completely on my devotees. But from one angle of vision, we understand that Krishna is completely independent. He can do as he likes. And he makes that point to show us that bhakti is every bit as independent as Krishna. And she can go wherever she likes. But then he says, here's how she works. She takes shelter in the hearts of those devotees who've accepted her from another bhakta. And those devotees who are madhyama bhaktas, who have the kind of discrimination that enables them to share their bhakti with others. Right? We see that also in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam. The Kanishta bhaktas, their vision is, I see God in my church, my temple, my congregation, and others they're not really so spiritual. But the Madhyama bhaktas, they see four different things. They're able to discriminate among God, the devotees, those who are innocent, and those who are actually envious. And they behave differently. Prema maitri kripa upeksha. They love the Lord. They make friends with the devotees. They're compassionate to the innocent, to those who just haven't had the opportunity to get bhakti yet, and they neglect, they avoid, they just don't have time for those who are actually envious of the Lord. They're not going to spend their time arguing with them or getting into debates thinking they can defeat them, or maybe, at best, wow their own followers or something like that. Those bhaktas, they carry bhakti in their hearts, and they share what preaching really is sharing whatever faith we have with others. Srila Prabhupada made that clear sometimes, even if it's, I'm suffering in this material world, and Krishna, or like Saraswati. Do you know Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? It can be as simple as that, right? A little 2-3-year-old girl. So we want that kind of association because that nurtures our sadhana. So bhaktya sanjataya bhaktya, the implication is we get bhakti from the bhaktas, we get our sadhana bhakti from the bhaktas, and by nourishing our sadhana, by hearing and chanting, right? That's how we water that creeper of devotion. Somewhere, I think maybe in Bhakti Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami defines the Bhakti Lata Bija as the determination to practice. So as we water that Bhakti Lata by hearing and chanting and engaging in the other angas of bhakti according to our taste, that bhakti, that sadhana bhakti, develops into bhava bhakti. And then as we indulge that bhava, then it grows to prema. So it becomes, we start to experience actual rasa in the stage of bhava. So, as sadhakas, we want to take good care of our sadhaka deha, because this is Krishna's. Just as we see in the Anti-Lila of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, when Lord Chaitanya understands as Sanatana Goswami, because his body is all contaminated from these oozing sores all over his body, just wants to get rid of it by throwing it under the Rathayatra cart. And so Mahaprabhu comes to Sanatana Goswami and says, I know what's on your mind, don't even think about it. Because at the time of initiation, as the devotee engages in sharanagati, as the devotee engages in self-surrender, atma samarpana, as he says in that verse, Krishna accepts that devotee's body as being the same as his own. Atmasam is the way it's put. Atmasam, the same as his own, Krishna's own body. So that doesn't mean that this is my spiritual body, but it becomes spiritualized by engaging my senses in Krishna's service. Becomes purified. Just as the example that we hear so often of an iron rod being put in a fire. Once it's been in the fire long enough, for all practical purposes, it can do all the things that fire can do. It generates heat and light, and it generates heat to the point where you can ignite another fire with it, right? If you touch something quite flammable with it, poof, and it'll burst into flames. So then that sadhaka deha becomes a bhavuka's deha, bhava deha. It becomes composed of bhava. And then it becomes, ultimately becomes composed of prema. So we hear that from the acharyas. Srila Rupa Goswami suggests 9 stages of bhakti in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And in one of his commentaries on a verse in the 2nd chapter of the Bhagavatam, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur suggests 14, going back before Shraddha. So it's a really interesting. This is actually a very nuanced, very complex science. And about bhakti itself, it's the bhakti that purifies us. Bhakti is so powerful. There's a verse in the Shruti that says, only bhakti has the power to draw us near to Krishna. Only bhakti has the power to show us Krishna. Only bhakti has the power to control Krishna. Therefore, bhakti is the most powerful thing of all. So if we think our puny little material desires and sinful reactions can stand up against bhakti, then we need to read Srimad Bhagavatam. We need to associate with devotees who've made their lives Srimad Bhagavatam and get a clue. Is that okay? It's a little long-winded, and we're really late, and there won't be any prasadam for you devotees now because I've gone on so long. Okay? We can talk later. I'll be around for a couple more days. So, anything else? Thank you so much for your kindness and your patience. Grantaraja Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Samaveta Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Pancha Kalpata.
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, 26th Chapter, text number 15, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on December 24th, 1974, in Bombay, India.
All these are considered the qualified Brahman. The mixing element, which is known as time, is counted as the 25th element.
Itavaneva sankhasa brahmana sagunassaha sannivesha maya prokta jah kala panchaviksanka. So, sankhyato sankhapayati iti sankha. This is sankha feeling. To know analytical study of the whole cosmic manifestation. That is called Sankha Buddhism. It is physical. And the Kala is via media. And then the soul and the super soul. So, if we understand thoroughly this analytical study of the whole thing, then we know Sankha Buddhism. Sankhya. Sankha means numerically, count. So, 24 elements we have discussed yesterday, the 5 gross elements and the 5 sense objects and 5 knowledge-gathering senses and 5 working senses, 20, and 4 internal senses, 24, and then again all under the control of time, the 5th, the 25th. And above this, there is the soul and super soul, that is spiritual. These are all material. Analytical study of the material composition of this cosmic manifestation. This is called Sankha Buddhism. So, here there is one word, Brahmana Sagunas. These 24 or 25 material elements is covering the Brahma, and therefore he is called Saguna. There are 2 words generally used, Saguna and Nirguna. Saguna means material and Nirguna means spiritual. So, in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna is advised to come to the platform of Nirguna. Traigunna Vishayaveda Nistraigunna Bhavali. That is the aim of life. We are also Brahma. We are part and parcel of Brahma, Supreme Brahma. Therefore, we are also Brahma. Brahma realization is not very difficult thing, provided we want to realize. And how we want. You take instruction from the Bhagavad Gita, and if you accept it, then immediately your Brahma realization is there. Krishna says that these jivas, they are my part and parcel. So, if Krishna is Brahma, Parabrahma, then we are Brahma. If we accept this, we have to accept, because that is the constitutional position. We are part and parcel of Krishna. So we are part and parcel of Krishna, therefore it is our constitutional position to live with Krishna. That is the part and parcel of my body, this finger. Finger is the part and parcel of my body, it must live with the body. Then it is active. And if you cut the finger and throw on the ground, you may call it is finger, but it is useless. Unless it is in contact with the body, acting with the body, then it is valuable. Take any example, any machine, the screw in the machine, a very insignificant part, but so long it is attached with the whole machine, it has got value. If one screw is lost, if you have to purchase from the market, you will have to pay some value. But the same screw, if it is not attached to the machine, it has no value. Similarly, we are very insignificant spiritual spark. We are by quality the same, because we are spirit, eternal. Na hannati hannamane sarire, na jayate nama, na mriyate va kadachit. So we also do not die, we do not take birth. And Krishna is also ajopi san abhyatma, bhutanam issaropi san. He is also ajo, we are also ajo. But he is bhutanam ishara. Bhutanam, all the living entities, he is the supreme. Nitta nityanam. Nitta nityanam. He is the chief leader. We require a leader. Any field of activities, we require a leader. Suppose for getting independent, we have to follow one leader, Mahatma Gandhi. Therefore, for guidance, we require a leader, and the supreme leader is Krishna. So if we follow Krishna, the supreme leader, then our life is successful. And if we do not follow, therefore Krishna says, you rascal, you fool, mura, you just follow me. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam saranam. This is the whole story of spiritual life. Krishna is the supreme leader. He is also living being, he is also person like you and me, but he is Saraisajya Purna, therefore he is called Bhagavan. We cannot be called Bhagavan because our power is very limited, not Purna. Therefore we become Saguna. Krishna does not become Saguna. The Mayavad theory that God, when he incarnates, he becomes Saguna. That is wrong theory. Here it is said that Brahmana Sagunasya. Sagunasya Brahmana, these 25 elements cover. That means the living entity who has come in this material world. But Kapildev or Krishna, Bhagavan, he is not Saguna, he is always Nirguna. Nirguna guna bhakti cha, the Bhagavan says in the Bhagavad Gita. Although he is Nirguna, but he is the controller of the gunas. Krishna is not controller. Mama maya gunamai, Krishna says. Devihi esa gunamai mama maya. Mama maya. This maya, this energy is my energy. So energy is controlled by the energetic. Suppose if you have got some energy, you can control it. Suppose if you have got very good energy to kill anyone, or to hurt one, or to beat anyone. Good strength. But that strength is not beyond you. The strength is under your control. When you like, you can use it. When you do not like, you cannot use it. You do not use it. Therefore, this Maya, this material world, Saguna, that is also Krishna's energy. Devi Jisa Gunamayi Momo Maya. Krishna is not Maya's, but Maya is Krishna's. We have to understand that way. Not that Krishna becomes enveloped or overpowered by Maya. That is wrong theory. The Mayavadi theory is like that I am Krishna, I am God. Now I am overpowered by Maya, and as soon as I become free from Maya, again I become Krishna. But the question is, if you are Krishna, if you are God, then why you became under the control of Maya? What kind of God you are? Just like in the English constitution it is said that the king can do no wrong. So you cannot bring king under any law. Others will come. Even if he is minister, he will come under the law. But the king cannot come under the law. This is the English constitution. Similarly, God cannot be under Maya. Others, everyone under the prakritakriyavanani gunai karmani sarvasa ahankara vimuratma karta ham iti mannate. Everyone is under the control of Maya. Nobody is free. But there are two Maya, Yoga Maya and Mahamaya. Mahamaya, this material world, and Yoga Maya, the spiritual world. If you agree to be under the Yoga Maya, then you are happy. It's like there are two kinds of laws, civil laws and criminal laws. You have to remain under one of these laws. But if you live under criminal law, then you go to the jail. And if you live under civil law, then you are free. But in either condition, you cannot say that I am free of law. That is foolishness. That is foolishness. The atheist class of men, they say that we do not believe in God. That is craziness. You may believe God or may not believe, but you are under the stringent laws of God. That you cannot say, I am free. No. Janma mrityu jara vyadi dukkha doshanu darsana. You may be very big scientist, very big man, very big prime minister, whatever you may be. You are under the control of these criminal laws. Janma, birth, mrityu, death, old age and disease. Then how you are independent? Where is your independence? How we can say that you are free? You don't require to obey the laws or dharma. Dharma means the laws of God. This is the simple definition of dharma. Dharmantu sakshat bhagavat pranita. So, when we defy the religious principles, religious principle means that dharma, not your created dharma. You cannot create law at home. It is given already. What is that? Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam. This is dharma. All other dharmas, so-called dharmas, they are all cheating. Therefore Bhagavad says, dharma projita koitavatra. all cheating type of religious system is kicked out, rejected. Actually, it is not required. It is simply bogus. Real dharma is here to abide by the laws of God. That is real dharma. That if you have no conception of God, if you have no knowledge what is the laws of God, then you are adharmic. You are simply transgressing the laws of dharma. To transgress the laws of dharma, you are sinful, or you are punishable, and that is going on. Material life means that. Material life means defying the laws of God, denying the existence of God, and one wants to become himself God. These are the material activities. So, we may do so, may defy, but the laws will act. Laws will act. So, the Saguna Brahma means the living entities. Saguna Brahma does not mean the God, Krishna, Bhagavan. Because even if you become servant of God, just like there are so many nice examples that if an ordinary man beats another man, slap, he immediately becomes criminal. Law is there, he cannot do that. But the police man gives you a slap, it is not criminal. If you kill somebody, then you become criminal. But when a soldier kills hundreds of men, he is not criminal. The process is the same. But because one is acting on behalf of the Supreme Lawgiver, he is immune. So, that is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Mancha vicharini bhakti yogi na ja sevate sagunan samatitta etan brahma bhuyaya kalpati. Anyone who is engaged in the service of the Lord, he becomes immediately nirgun. Sagunan samatitta etan, plural number. Etan gunan, the sataraja tamagun. Samatitta, sammagrupena atita. So if a devotee becomes nirguna immediately, as soon as he is engaged in devotional service of the Lord, how the Supreme Lord can become saguna? Just try to understand. Use your logic. If one becomes a devotee of the Nirguna, he becomes Nirguna. So why the Nirguna God can be Saguna? This Maharaja theory is not very logical. That when God comes, he is Saguna, he accepts his material body. No, that is not possible. Why he should accept material body? He is all powerful. He can. He cannot be affected by the material laws. A man is suffering from some disease, infected. That does not mean when the physician comes to treat him, he is also infected. He knows how to protect himself. Disinfected. So Saguna, this word, the Mayavadi theory is Saguna worship and Nirguna worship.
Krishna Itana Ganana Kanapatau Premamrita Vira Dhira Jana Priya Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Banidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nemar Ramu Pujito Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Vahan Tarak Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalaka Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujuga Riji Raghuvaraka Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Param Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antaraka Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujuga Sri Jiva Gopalaka Anasat Vicharanai Punam Sadharma Samasthapak Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Mandam Sarana Karo विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करौ विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajana Nandena Mattalika Vande Rupa Sanatanam Raghujugal Siji Krishna Kirtana Dana Natala Parau Prema Manedhi Veera Veera Janapriya Prema Ojita Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Mara Manta Rakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Rakhujiga Vasudasudasure Vasudasudasure Dukshata Sure Sudaraj Lakshmi Dhanisha Ajavadasa Jadagada Ranna Mandalasani Sada Tuchava Bhutvadi Nagane Sato Karunaya Mandalapati Sani Sada Tuchava Bhutvadi Nagane Sato Karunaya Popina Kanhasita Gopi Bhavara Samritabdalahari Gopi Bhavara Samritabdalahari Kallo Lamagnam Mahan Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugal Sriji Bhago Palaka Radhe Hey Radhe Braj Devike cha Hey Nanda Suna Kuta Radhe Braj Devike Chalalite He Nanda Shunakutah Shri Govardhana Padapatale Kalindi Vane Taha Radhe Braj Devike Chalalite He Nanda Shunakutah Shri Govardhana Padapatale Kalindi Mani Kutah Gosanta Piti भूषन्तापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै विह्वलौ वन्दे रूपसनातन रघुयुगौ भूषन्तापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाविह्वलौ वन्दे रूपसनातन रघुयुगौ बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान नन्दन परम प्रेमामृतम महीधि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव वहन तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुग दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी तब कृपा बोले दया अगो सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य निताई गजकार सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य निताई सनातन नरोत्तमा सनातन रूप प्रभुना युग जीव प्रभु दया करो श्रीयाचार्य श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया करो श्रीयाचार्य प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे नरसिंह श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग Govinda Jina Madha Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Purnamati Jaya Nandira Nagari Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Gopiya Madana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Gopiya Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Bhattu Nidara Jaya Jaya Rama Ghat Mohini Nandan Jaya Vrindavan Vasi Jatana Mandala Jaya Jaya Ramasha Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Rasa Dina Jaya Jaya Rasa Dina Sadhamana sasan parvati aranaha pradet Jannabi Agapanma Variyatmana Jannabi Agapanma Variyatmana Jinaki Sadhata Hari Jinaki Sarasa Baye Namamantikam Jaya Radhe Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Gopina Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Nabhina Nagara Mana Manki Madana Subhasa Amaya Harinam Purandar Navina Nagar Bara Bangsi Magana Sudhata Dasamati Nandana Brajavana Nagar Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavana Brajavana Parana Asurakunasana Nandaka Dhana Rakhavala Brajavana Parana Asurakunasana Nandaka Dhana Rakhavala Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Sundarananda Gopala Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Sundarananda Gopala Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Ramana Tatachara Ramana Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarasika Kripama Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodayachayam Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodayachayam Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Tatsamati Nandana Brajabhadra Nagara Gokula Nandana Tatsamati Nandana Brajabhadra Nagara Gokula Nandana Gopi Bachana Hara Ras Rasika Kipama Ramuna Tatara Gopi Bachana Hara Rasa Rasika Kipama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanaka Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanaka Bhakti Vinoda Shri Radha Vallabha Shri Radha Vallabha Mananata Bhakti Vinoda Samati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Nandana Samati Nandana Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vriksha Lakshabritesu Surabhi Ravipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasasata Sambrama Sepamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vritanakyabritesu Surabhi Ravipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasrasata Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Venam Kanmantam Aravinda Dalayataksham Venam Kanmantam Aravinda Dalayataksham Barahavatang Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Tannatpakoti Kamaniya Visesha Sobhang Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakarasadmashu Kalpavriksha Lakshabritesu Surabhi Ravi Palayantam Lakshmi Sahasrasata Samrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Alola Chandra Kalasa Vanamala Bangsi Ratnangadang Pranaya Keli Kalavilasam Shyamang Tribhangalalitam Niyata Prakasam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakarasadmashu Kalpavrikhalakhabritesu Surabhi Rabhi Palayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Sata Samrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Angani Jassa Sakalandriya Vittimanti Pashanti Panti Kalayanti Chirang Jaganti Angani Jassa Sakalandriya Vittimanti Pashanti Panti Kalayanti Chirang Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jalavigrahasya Govindam Ade Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmashu कल्पवृक्षः लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि 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 चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्षा रक्षावृतेषु रविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदान् सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितान्
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Vasyatyadeshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, Haribo, Haribo.
Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande. So welcome everybody to today's celebration of the 70th Vyasa Puja of Srila Ritadhvaja Swami Maharaja Ki Jai. So I'm under a certain amount of instruction as to what I can and cannot say. But this one time, I am going to refer to Maharaj correctly, as I should in my position as the speaker here, and also introducing all of you here, welcoming all of you here. So today we are celebrating 70th anniversary of the Vyasa Puja of His Divine Grace, Srila Dhwaja Swami Maharaja ki jai. That's the only time I'm going to say that. Because Maharaj has given me strict instruction to follow. And we're followers, so we do what pleases our spiritual master. It is said that when we celebrate the Vyasa Puja of any spiritual master, we're celebrating the Vyasa Puja of all spiritual masters. We're celebrating the Vyasa Puja of one spiritual master. We're celebrating the Vyasa Puja of all spiritual masters. So today is the happiest day in our life. Please reflect that in your demeanor. Be very, very happy that we're all here. And also, there are many, many services that will be going on during the day. As much as you can, please help out with those services. And let us know if there's anything we can do for you to make this the very best festival ever. So we're going to start with offerings being made or talks being given by Srila Prabhupada's disciples, Maharaja's god brothers and god sisters. And at 11:30 sharp, we have His Holiness Hridaya Nanda Swami Goswami Maharaj come on. He'll be speaking through Zoom. We'll turn the thing a little this way so more of you can see. At the current time, we're sort of set it up so that they can see Maharaj sitting here. Is he already there? Damayan Prabhu is here? No. I think all our technical men left. I'll see if I can find them so that we know who's handling the computer so that we can make sure the Maharaj comes on, that he is able to speak to all of us. In the meantime, we're going to start with His Holiness B.A. Ashram Maharaj speak first. We'll have him speak first. And then we'll move over to the other Maharajas. And when Hridayananda Maharaj comes on, can you please let us know so that we can actually switch over to him? Okay, at that time we need to turn the screen a little as well so others can see. Okay, thank you.
Om Jnana-timirandhasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukhaṁ karoti vācālam pangum langhayate girim jatkripatamaham vande Shri Gurun Dinataranam Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Rupakadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Pancha Kalpatarubhyashta Kripa Sindhovya Eva Chapatitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namaha. This is an opportunity for me to be uncharacteristically brief. Anyone who attended my Bhagavatam class this morning will understand what I'm talking about. I don't honestly know Ritadhoja Swami very well personally, but I know him by reputation. I spent some time off and on living in the Alachua community. And Ritadhoja Swami's presence in that community and in Gainesville, Florida, looms large. He's a big deal there. He's been preaching there for a long time. And I have heard so many really nice things about the way he deals with devotees, and especially heartening for me, younger devotees. I would hear wonderful things about him from wonderful younger devotees. And that really makes me happy, because I'm an old teacher. And I used to be a young devotee, as hard as it might be to believe. And I have heard nothing but really, really nice things about him. I did have the opportunity to speak with him briefly at a Sadhu Sangha retreat in North Carolina a few years ago. And he was very kind to me. And he's been kind to me since we've been here in Dallas. So I don't see anything other than dedication to the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada in Ritadhoja Swami. When one of my friends was given sannyas in 1972 in Hawaii, Srila Prabhupada gave him one instruction in the initiation ceremony. Your only business now is to become Krishna conscious and share that with others. And that's what I see in Ritadhoja Swami. I see someone who has dedicated his entire adult life to the service of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada's mission. And that is laudable. As Nityananda Prabhu pointed out, when we honor one spiritual master, we honor all spiritual masters. Following Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, we observe Vyasa Puja on the day that marks the appearance of that particular spiritual master. In many traditions, they observe Vyasa Puja on the Vyasa Purnima in the summer. And all the spiritual masters are worshipped by worshiping Vyasadeva. So by worshiping Vyasadeva, we worship all spiritual masters. But by worshiping each of the spiritual masters, each of those devotees who appears and who touches the hearts of others, who shares his or her bhakti with others, that is also honoring Srila Vyasadeva. So this is the proper attitude. So I was actually waiting for Nityananda Prabhu to say that. When he said, I'm only going to say this once, I knew exactly what he was going to say just once. And I think it's perfectly appropriate because we're all made of grace. We're made of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's grace, certainly Lord Nityananda Prabhu's grace, certainly the mercy of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, who we honored the other day, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, and Srila Prabhupada, and certainly the grace of all of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, and especially those who have stepped up to the plate. I'll say it plainly here. They've stepped up to the plate and accepted the responsibility, formally accepted the responsibility of guiding others in their path, on their path to Krishna consciousness. So I'm very happy to have been here today for Ritadvaja Maharaja's Vyasa Puja, and I feel terribly honored to be able to sit with him and to speak just a few words. I have to speak honestly, recognizing the service that he's done to Srila Prabhupada, which far surpasses mine, and so this is a good day for all of us.
Now we have Srila Hridayananda Maharaj ready to speak, and so we'll bring him on. And if some of you can't see this, you might move over this side so that you can, because apparently if we move this, then the Maharaj can't see, Hridayananda Maharaj can't see Ritadvaja Maharaj, and that needs to happen. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
board to give good advice about it. And so that's at a time when that was a time also when toward the end of my regime, that's when that whole county, Alachua County, went from 30 devotees to 300 years. Brahmatirtha played a key role in that and bringing the school there. So, and then creating a business that could employ devotees. So, but Ratamaja Swami, he, I know in a certain point, he also had a very distinguished career in the Gurukula, in which he was one of the most popular teachers or Gurukula managers probably in the history of ISKCON. And he did that with distinction in Alachua, also in Mayapur. So he rendered outstanding service to the Gurukula, and to this day is loved by many of the students. Also, he had another career. He was at a difficult time in the life of Tamal Krishna Goswami, when Tamal was suffering from various health challenges, and Ratamaja Swami again rendered sort of unique service, completely faithful and efficient. And so in many ways, Ratamaja Swami has actually distinguished himself. And I think not least of these is the way in which he has responded to his own health challenges. Many years ago, he began to have problems with his own health. And again, despite the fact that he often went through very, very difficult times, but he always remained perfectly Krishna conscious. He was able to see this as Krishna's mercy. And there's a very famous verse in the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada would quote that Tatenu Kampansu Samikshano, which says that if someone is suffering in this world and they see that Krishna, this is Krishna's mercy upon me, this is simply Krishna's mercy, then that person becomes eligible for liberation. So basing our conclusions in the Bhagavatam, which Lord Chaitanya said is our main Shastra, Ratamaja Swami certainly has earned his liberation. And so well, actually, let's see, the book distribution, serving as my assistant for some time, which, I mean, that alone would qualify him for liberation many times over. And then his work in the Gurukula, his extraordinary service to Tamal Krishna Goswami, and then his response to his own health challenges. So those are 5 different ways that I know of that Ratamaja Swami really manifested the qualities of an advanced devotee, someone who is truly devoted to Krishna and has a serious level of realization of Krishna consciousness. So maybe I will leave time for others, but I'd like to congratulate him on his birthday. When 70 years old starts to look young, you know that you're getting older. And I believe, is that Giriraj Swami there? Yeah, my, what do they call it? My old BBF. It's, I remember that when Prabhupada sent me to Boston in 1970, Giriraj was there. Giriraj Swami, in fact, he just mentioned this. Giriraj and Swami and I both saw Prabhupada for the first time on different sides of the country. Giriraj at Brandeis, I was in Berkeley, but during the same college tour that Prabhupada made. Prabhupada made a national tour of colleges, actually in 69. And that included the very famous Ohio State appearance with Allen Ginsberg. And so Giriraj and Swami and I both saw Prabhupada during that same tour. Accompanied to work on his books. Giriraj and I became close friends, which we remain to this day. And so I think that's another thing I'll say to the credit of Ritavija Swami. I'll pop in number 6 here. I'm going to, at no extra cost to Ritavija Swami, I'm going to throw in number 6. That that having the ability to make, and perhaps even more impressive, retain friendship of other outstanding Vaishnavas is also a very significant symptom of an advanced devotee. I know Giriraj Swami, I think everyone in the world, except possibly Giriraj Swami, everyone knows that he's a very advanced devotee. And so the fact that Ritavija Swami had formed lifelong friendships, of course with Tamal Krishna, with advanced devotees, is also a sign of one's Krishna consciousness. So, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak about Ritavija Swami. I did not retaliate. And wish him lots of health and devotional service. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. I was going to say in the beginning, what goes around comes around, but I didn't need to. You kept it quite soft. Thank you. His birthday's in November. It's kind of a competition. He always cuts me off about after the first story and starts talking about honoring Prashadam. He doesn't give me much time. Thank you very much.
Special respects to Giriraj Swami. I want to speak just briefly, but I want to begin with an appreciation that will segue into what I want to say about Ritavija Swami. And Ritavija Swami has certain qualities, but to avoid embarrassing him more, I'll talk about Giriraj Swami for a minute so I can embarrass him instead. And I was in Calcutta, 1971, and I had been living in India for some months, and I'd gone there trying to see if I could understand who was a bona fide teacher of the Gita. Because in those days, it was hard to tell. And I was very bewildered because everyone I would ask in India to explain to me what the Gita means would give me basically a story that resembled to me what we nowadays would call Amazon.com. The whole religious experience was based on going to the temple or mosque or church and making a deal with God. I give you something, you give me something. Like Amazon, you give them a credit card, they give you a widget. And then I was in Calcutta and I saw a sign, Hare Krishna Festival. So I went to the festival and there was Giriraj Swami speaking to a crowd of Bengalis in suits and ties, and he was in a dhoti. And he gave a talk that 51 years later, I still remember the talk. It was so good. Then later on, I saw Giriraj Swami in Mumbai when I was leaving India, some 6 months later, and it was chaos at Juhu then, absolute chaos. And he kept a cool head. And to this day, Giriraj Swami has embodied a key quality, and that is steadiness. Under any and all circumstances. He's steady in his faith, steady in his devotion, and steady in his activities. And that has always inspired me. Now, we will switch to Swami, Ritavija Swami. He embodies that same quality. Since we met and became friends in late 70s, he has always been steady in chanting, steady in doing whatever service he's assigned to, and steady sometimes when he was the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, to quote that Vaishnav Shakespeare. The slings and arrows of outrageous fortune would rain down upon him. Ritavija Swami, you've always been steady. And that steadiness has been a huge inspiration. Because through the ups and downs, and you went through some very tough years, you became Krishna his closest friend, and then he left us. And many, many difficulties came. But your steadiness has been an inspiration to me and many others. Then there is humility. What does real humility mean? It means don't think less of ourselves, but think of ourselves less often. Don't, and you have exemplified that. You take the humble position. You'll do whatever the service is. How many times as a Swami you had to clean up after the boys and do any service required? I've never seen you shy away because a service was beneath you. I noticed when several devotees, including disciples of yours, were passing on, you would take care of their most intimate needs without even thinking twice about it and help them move on to their next great adventure. And finally, the key for me personally is friendship. We've been fast friends since almost a half a century, 45 years or so, and your friendship is always steady. And by friendship, it means, when I examine the friendship we have, it reminds me of the stories we read about the rasa of friendship in Krishna book, how it's just a matter of giving. There's not a selfish component. What can I do for my friend? And you've always been like that. No matter what happens, you're steady in your friendship. And that friendship inspires love. Because that friendship is based on a principle of love, which has its core in our common service to Prabhupada and the movement. And I wonder, there's so many devotees who I know and some who I'm close friends with. Would we ever be friends in the material world if we hadn't come across Prabhupada? Sometimes I wonder that. And some of the devotees who I'm closest with, I wonder, would that have ever happened? I suspect not. But because we have that core of Guru and Gauranga, and we give up our false ego, and then we actually engage in deep, loving friendships that's beyond material friendships. It's what makes the movement work. When Prabhupada's final instructions, we all know, he wanted us to work together. Working together means developing friends among devotees. And you have exemplified what it really, really means to be a friend. And there's many sayings and slogans on friends, a friend indeed, etc., etc. But all of these have been core to your inner being. And you're like, and you do, like all of us, have troubles, doubts, what do I do? And what inspires me is your honesty about it. I remember when you first started initiating, you said, how can anybody want to be initiated by me? It made no sense. And that is the mood. But somehow it was your service and you did it, and we see devotee after devotee inspired by the personal qualities which you have. So on this Vyasa Puja birthday, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your steadiness, your humility, and your friendship. And I hope you have a wonderful birthday. And I'm so glad that Giriraj Swami can join you, and Hriday Nanamraj is here, and so many of our inner family is here. This is a wonderful day. Hare Krishna.
Was talking about friendships. I'd like
Whoever is speaking, it's very hard for us on Zoom to hear. So whoever's speaking, please come closer to some microphone somewheres, because we can hardly hear on Zoom.
Can you hear me, Brahmatirtha?
Probably not.
Could you hear me?
Weakly, with great difficulty.
This is the loudest speaker.
Yeah, I think who's handling the system? Can you please put the system up so that those who are on Zoom can hear clearly as well? But again, segueing from Brahmatir Prabhu's talking about friends, we'd like to introduce an amazing friend of Maharaj and all of us, actually, His Grace Henry Shokov Prabhu, who's sitting right in front of us. Prabhu, if you can come over here, we put a chair here for you to speak from. Please come over and say something. And we'll go back to Zoom as soon as the other speakers on Zoom are ready to speak as well. But after that, Vatsal Prabhu, maybe you can come up after him. And then Mother Shashikala Prabhu, you can speak after your husband also. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for having me here. And I was thinking, I remember when we first met in Washington, D.C. We first met in Washington, D.C. You'd come to join Gunagrahi Maharaja's preaching party. And, you saw me standing in a long line for prasadam. And you said, hey, I can get you in the back way. And we went around and snuck under the back of the tent and sat there and had some prasadam together. And that was our first meeting and bonding. And we've been friends forever ever since. And you've always snuck me in under the back of the tent, for all sorts of Krishna conscious things. And I don't even deserve to be here speaking about you, but you've been such a kind friend. I'm so thankful for your friendship and what you've done for me over the years. And watching the way you've served the devotees has been so exemplary and an inspiration to me. And I hope I can follow your lead and be like that myself. And it's an honor to be here celebrating your birthday. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Jai. Henry Prabhu ki jai. Vatsal Prabhu, please.
Hare Krishna.
I think you have to go like this, Vatsal.
Okay, I got to eat the mic.
Yeah, eat the mic. Eat the mic.
Business, that's what they say. So Maharaj and I crossed paths on several occasions. Not a whole lot of association, I think. But I was thinking that Maharaj is such a contradiction in my mind that he's a regular guy, but an advanced devotee. So how do I justify that? Because I would say the salt of the earth kind of person. But then he's a transcendental devotee. So
I'm just trying to justify those things in my mind. But that's what I think of Maharaj as a regular guy who's a very advanced devotee. That's my experience. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Thank you, Vatsal. I have a mantra I created several years ago, Vatsal, and that is I tell people I'm a human that wears saffron. And you caught it, so that's good. Actually, you were in San Francisco in '75, correct?
What's that?
Berkeley Temple? Yes. I knocked on your door, and somehow or another I don't know how I got to your door, but I got to your door, and I bought a pair of cartels from you on my way to the temple. I don't know if you remember that. I mean, it was like you had a little apartment. I remember both of you. And it was just like an odd thing. And you said, yeah, I'll sell you a pair of cartels, $7. I think it was like $7. Yeah, no, it's okay. I remember it. Yeah, it was Bhakti Zui.
Jai, Vatsal Prabhu ki jai, Mother Sashikala Prabhu ki jai. Maharaji's a little shy, she doesn't want to speak, so I'll ask Her Grace Kunti Prabhu to speak next. Thank you.
Who's going next?
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Tattvaja Swami Iti Namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sinyavadi Paskata Deshatarine. Hare Krishna. Dear Ratavaja Maharaj, the dust of your lotus feet is the most precious commodity. Taking this dust upon my head, please accept my heartfelt, loving, and humble obeisances. You are emanating intense desire to serve Srila Prabhupada at every moment, and at the same time, giving inspiration, encouragement for others to taste the bliss of full absorption with chanting the holy names. Your giving and sharing Krishna consciousness sparks and lights up desire in those who think of you, the desire to give Krishna in every possible way. The possibilities of expanding Krishna consciousness in your kind association are endless. Oh, great and wonderful spiritual master, my heart is small. My determination to surrender completely to Guru and Krishna is meager. Yet when contemplating your excellent qualities such as oceanic patience, natural humility, serious and sincere determination to please Guru and Krishna in every possible way, it gives hope against hope to follow in your Krishna conscious footsteps. Thank you for inspiring us to use every thought as fuel to chant Hare Krishna with full attention, placing everything as a servant to the holy names and the spiritual master. Begging to serve you unflinchingly, life after life, with pure love, Mother Kunti.
Jai, Mother Kunti Prabhu ki jai. Vedasar Prabhu, I think sitting at the back. Vedasar Prabhu. Oh, you're here.
His Holiness Ritatvaja Swami Maharaj ki. I'm a little deaf, I couldn't hear you. His Holiness Ritatvaja Swami Maharaj ki. Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki. Ashram Maharaj ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. I was told I have 30 seconds. I'm going to keep it to 2 minutes. Because that's what they said I could push the boundaries. So many beautiful memories with Maharaj. His It's very hard to condense it in 2 minutes, but one of the things that truly is a remarkable trait that is needed in this world to spread Krishna consciousness is to make Krishna consciousness cool. Do you guys agree? Come on, young people. So, Maharaj came to to Mayapur to help out with the ashrams, the Gurukula that we were running together. And we had almost about 100 students there. And if you ask those kids that went to the Gurukula that time, what was their experience in Krishna consciousness, the word that you'll hear is that Krishna consciousness is a lot of fun. And I always felt that if more and more people in the world got to meet Maharaj and just have a little bit of time hanging out with him, they will realize that Krishna consciousness is actually real, it's authentic, it's genuine, and it's doable. It's not so far-fetched. That's one of the qualities that I recognize with Maharaj, and I'm so grateful that I get to hang out with cool swamis in ISKCON. And you'll realize that his friends are also super cool. And I noticed that whenever I hang out with him, he introduced me to Giriraj Maharaj a couple of years ago. I thought Giriraj Maharaj was like really grave and serious and very conservative. But when I found out that he was friends with Ritadvija Maharaj, then I thought, this Maharaj must be cool. And so how do I figure that out for myself, that Giriraj Maharaj is cool? So I got an opportunity to give him a massage, and I realized that Giriraj Maharaj is super cool. I could totally hang out and be a devotee around this person. So that's one of the qualities of Maharaj that I wanted to emphasize in Krishna consciousness. He has figured it out, how to make Krishna consciousness fun and cool for everybody. And even if you're too serious, you don't think it's cool, he would make sure he grounds you and you present Krishna consciousness as though it's really fun. Second quality, Maharaj is really caring. Maharaj is actually... Hare Krishna. So practicing Krishna consciousness, we want to be cared for. We practice this great philosophy. But here is a man who doesn't talk much philosophy. If you talk to Maharaj, he's not going to give you philosophy, at least young people. He will just get to the point, and you're gonna figure out really cool, really soon, that Maharaj is really caring person. I can give many examples. I'll just give one example, and then I'll end. I had to have a surgery, and Maharaj was here in Dallas hanging out with all the cool people. And he flew into Atlanta, and he had other friends fly into Atlanta. And then he's there in Atlanta, sleeping in the hospital with me, taking care of me. And I was just thinking, who's this guy? And not only that, when you're a patient, you're not normal. And Maharaj can tell you more crazy stories about
Aladdin.
How it's not patience, when you're having surgery, all these meds you're on. And I put Maharaj through hell. All kinds of nonsense that I said to him. Like teenage rebel, but I wasn't fully present there. But he tolerated me in the hospital and outside of the hospital, and he watched me make sure that I don't screw up through my recovery process. Those of you who have, anyway, it's a very deep topic, what the recovery process is when you go through a lot of intense drugs being infused into your body, and it's really hard, the withdrawals. And I was in a very bad state of mind, recovering, but Ritadvaja Maharaj just stood there and he just made me suffer like a lot. He would make sure that I don't get over-drugged with drugs and medication. And he helped the process where I healed faster, and he took care of my son, entertained my son, and he still calls him Maharaj. He has no name for him other than Maharaj. And I've seen throughout my life with Maharaj for over 20 years that he is the most caring person I've ever found in my entire life. And that's, 45 years approximately.
25.
No, 45 years of my life that I've encountered this caring person. And this is what real Krishna consciousness is. Not a big talk, but it's really the substance of caring for devotees and making Krishna consciousness fun. So I feel very honored that, we're celebrating his Vyasa Puja here. I wanted to say so much more, but I'll keep it for intimate groups of cool people later on. So thank you, Maharaj, for making Krishna conscious fun for everyone and really genuinely caring for devotees. Program as Ritadvaja Swami Maharaja ki.
Vedasar Prabhu ki jai. All right, so Maharaj has asked I should say something. So on behalf of our Dallas community, on behalf of our deities, our sweet, sweet deities are looking so beautiful today and so happy seeing their wonderful devotee being honored in such a beautiful way. I wanted to say that on behalf of every one of the devotees from Dallas, and I'm sure other places also, that we're so very fortunate in our lives that we came across Maharaj. And I'm just going to say Maharaj, I'm referring to Ritadvaja Maharaj. In every way in Dallas, especially when we went through, and it was especially prominent when we went through the pandemic period, Maharaj was with us all that time. He was with us in our most difficult time as far as this temple has been concerned, in taking care of the deities, in taking care of the devotees, in taking care of the many, many people who felt so left out that they couldn't visit with the deities. Because many devotees, many persons come here and visit with the deities and have such intimate relationships. If I told you the stories some of them tell us about what's happening between them and the deities, what's happening between them and Srila Prabhupada, you'd be amazed. I actually feel ashamed that I don't think the deities are reciprocating with me. I mean, I'm not reciprocating with the deities as much as they are reciprocating with the deities. And you can imagine how hellish it was for them that they couldn't visit their most beloved deities and their most beloved Srila Prabhupada. And in all of this time, how to deal with the situation, what to do, we had such a rock of a person, a rock of a devotee with us, Maharaj, who would guide us through the process, and it seemed seamless. And then when the temple opened up again, people were so happy. All our festivals now have many more people than we had before the pandemic because people are so pent up in their emotions for the Lord, for Srila Prabhupada, and for the devotees that any opportunity, their complaint is, why didn't you tell us that we're going to have this program? Why didn't you communicate this to us? They become very offended when we don't let them know. And I can tell you, without Maharaj being here, none of that would be possible. It's just like Vedasar Prabhu was saying, that all of us feel so nourished with Maharaj being here. We cannot express fully our love for Maharaj and our appreciation for what he's done, and also the fact that he actually attracts so many Maharajas to come and visit with us here in Dallas. If you look at our Kirtan 50 program and other programs, it's actually Maharaj who's been speaking to others and saying to the other Maharajas and saying, why don't you come to Dallas? And then when they come to Dallas and they see one set of flower petals being thrown on the deities and then back on the devotees, and they say, we're always coming to Dallas. We're here for that program. We love this so much. And we're very fortunate that Srila Krishna Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, actually gave us Maharaj gave us Giriraj Maharaj, Keshav Bharati Maharaj, and Giridhari Maharaj as our guiding Maharajas and spiritual masters who actually have allowed this community to flourish and to develop, and how much love the devotees here feel. So I cannot say enough, but on behalf of everyone here, because we're not going to all get the opportunity to speak, because we have a limited amount of time to finish this program, I want to, on behalf of all of us, and particularly on behalf of our deities, to thank Srila Ritadwaja Swami Maharaj for all that he's done, continues to do, and we know that we cannot imagine our lives without him. Thank you, Maharaj. Jai Srila Ritadwaja Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. My name is Parampara Das. I'm a disciple of His Holiness Ritadwaja Swami. I feel like I've cut in line a little bit in the assembly, but they call my name. And every year, as soon as I sit down, I start this process about what I would like to say and what I would like to offer. And it builds up till they call my name, and then I blank out. And I have no idea what I was thinking about and what I want to say. But this year, there was one particular thought that stuck with me, Maharaj, throughout the year. I had a chance to visit 26th 2nd Avenue. I went and had a little time at Matchless Gifts, and it really was very surreal in some way, that thinking about how Prabhupada started everything from this small place, how much he did personally, and how so many of us, so many millions, are kind of standing on his shoulders in one sense. And a thought that came to me was, he must have had to fight through so much, internally, personally, family, circumstances, and thanks to him, we're all here. And in parallel, I have this image of Ritadwaja Swami Maharaj by Gunagraj Maharaj's side, holding his hand and chanting and kind of doing the Hare Krishna with his stick, as he was helping him transition. And I had a similar thought. I feel like, for me personally, Maharaj just kind of grabbed me and pulled me through, because God knows I was resisting any spiritual advancement. I was not ready. I was more or less clueless till Maharaj came along. And so I feel like, in so many ways, Maharaj fought for me and so many of us. And for that, I feel like he's been such a tremendous warrior in Prabhupada's movement, like so many of his God brothers, for which I'm very, very thankful, personally and otherwise. And one other quality of Maharaj's I admired so very much is, if any of us, anybody that's spent any time with him, knows that when you spend time with him, Maharaj always somehow makes it about you. He remembers such small details, such things from your personal life or members around you from such a long time ago. And whenever you're around him, it's like, he knows things about you that you wouldn't have thought somebody would know otherwise, if they were not either known you your whole life or were blood relatives or very close friends. But no matter how little time or how much time I spend with Maharaj, that's always how he makes me feel. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for all the love. We love you deeply. Wish you a very, very happy 70th Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna.
Jai Parampara Prabhu ki jai. Now I'll ask Mother Lavanga Prabhu to come through and say something. We're asking everybody to stay to 2 minutes if possible. It's not for everyone.
Breathe. Not brief, breathe.
Breathe and, speak. So, this is a big 0 year. We like celebrating 0 years, Maharaj's 70th birthday. And I can't help but think of that next year will be 20 years that I've been Maharaj's disciple. That's another big 0 year. And there's just so much that has happened in these past almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many. And one of them was just thinking back to the last big 0 we had, the 60th. That was so much fun. And I always think of the first one I ever helped organize in 2005. And I just can't ever help but think about, meditate on that, and kind of think all that's happened between then and now. And one thing I'd like to just say I'm grateful for is all the God brothers and God sisters I have. Because in 2005, it was just me. It really was. I mean, of course, I had help from Manjawali and Nityananda and all the wonderful, Tamal Krishna Maharaj disciples and everything. But as far as being a disciple, I was it. And I'm so grateful that Maharaj has agreed to keep on initiating. And that I have a family now. And it's a beautiful family. And he very much is our father. And we all very much, I know I can speak for all of us, including my husband, who is unfortunately at home sick. Not COVID, but we tested. But he is, so I'm kind of speaking on his behalf as well. And there's just so much that you've said to us, to myself personally, that just comes up in everyday life. Kind of, we have very much that what would Maharaj think, consciousness. We like to think we do. There's just so many things. And again, in these 20 years, I realize that now I'm older than you were when I met you. Whoa. And I remember I guess it was around, it's when you were, when Krishna House, when you were handing Krishna House over to Kalakanta, who's done such a wonderful job. And I was kind of helping with that transition in the office and all that. I was so glad I was there. And I was running around doing all kinds of things, and this was, several devotees have mentioned when your health started going downhill. And that was really hard for me. And you looked me in the eye. It was in the Gainesville Temple Room, or it was in the hall, and you looked me in the eye and you said, please don't work yourself to death. And that one comes up a lot for me, now that I'm also 20 years older. So, and I look at how you've inspired so many people to take up service that you used to do personally. The summer trip boys and how they're doing it, and also, as I think of that now that I'm not the only disciple, thank goodness, and then I have like Chaitaguru and Nishingarupa to help put on this festival, because I can't do it by myself anymore. I really can't. So I've held it together pretty good, so I think I'll leave it at that. Pretty good. But I do want to say that I love you, and I just want to keep serving you for the rest of my life and the rest of your life.
Very good.
Jai Lavanga Prabhu ki jai. Brajbhumi Prabhu, can you please come up? Brajbhumi. Okay. And after that is Cassandra.
Cassandra's next.
We do love you very much. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasharine Nirvisesa Sunyavari Prashatarine. I had to bring my notes so that keep it together. Okay. Hare Krishna, my dear Guru Maharaj. Happy 70th. I just want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for your patience, for always being there. Ditto, you're very, very caring, and I appreciate that. And I also am very grateful for this pandemic, because I think it has brought all of us closer, more intimately, even via Zoom. And I can see that it was a blessing in disguise because we were all able to get to know each other, our God siblings, and our little Tuesday group a lot better. And it gave me the opportunity to be myself and to open up and to continue to grow. And I thank you for that because your compassion and your kindness, the way you nurture me, it allows me to be a little bit more open. I know I keep this big wall in front of me all the time, but I'm very grateful for you. And thank you for teaching me and encouraging me to continue my duties as a teacher. I love how you always, welcome us and make us feel like we're doing something good for humanity. And also to encourage me as a mom and grandma. And, just trying to grow each day and be the best I can be because of you, because of your care and your compassion and your guidance and your everlasting patience with me. I know that it's not easy sometimes, and I'm not easy dealing with my mind. But you're here to help me grow, and I'm grateful because I feel like that's happening slowly, and I'm beginning to see the results of everything. And you're very caring and loving, and I have the utmost love and gratitude for you. And I'm looking forward that I know your upcoming trip to India, hopefully we'll be able to do parikram together.
Long desire, long
I've been
desire.
praying for that for a long time, as you know. It was supposed to be 2020, but
Yeah.
here we are now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jai, Bhumi Prabhu ki Jai, I'll ask Cassandra, and after that, Vedipir Prabhu, and then after that, we have Gopi Gita Prabhu come through.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
You have to, like Vatsal said, you have to eat the microphone.
So I have to be honest. I only signed up to clean. I did not know I was going to be speaking. So I really did not prepare anything. And I'm really nervous.
Don't be
But-
nervous, just breathe.
Well, just looking at your face, I've become more calm. And I'm very happy to be here. There's a lot to say about you, Maharaj. I've known you less than a year, but I remember when I first went to your class, Maharaj has a Tuesday Bhagavad Gita class. That's really cool, and everyone should try to participate in it. It's really fun. But the first time I met you was in your Tuesday Bhagavad Gita class, and I remember that I listened to many Maharajas speak on Krishna conscious philosophy. And for some reason or another, I just could never get it. I just would fall asleep. I could not understand. And I remember when I listened to you, Maharaj, speak on the Bhagavad Gita, it felt very warm, very welcoming. You were very gentle with us, and I was such a pest. I had terrible questions, and you tolerated me, and you cultivated me to become someone to just listen and take in what you have to say. And so you were just so kind, and I wanted to keep you close. I really wanted to keep you close, and I really prayed to Krishna that I get to meet you in person one day. And I did. I had the fortune to meet you in person. My husband, Govinda, also met you in person, and my son, 3-year-old son, Oliver, also met you in person. It was a great experience for us. And so now I just wish to serve you, and I'm aspiring to become a devotee of you. To become your servant, and I pray that I continue to do that for the rest of my life. Maharaj, thank you so much.
Thank you, Cassandra.
Thank you very much, Cassandra. Vedapriya. And then in 2 minutes, reminder by the devotees here. And after that is Gopi Gita Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Every year I try to escape, and then this year he got his father to announce my name so I couldn't run away. Least qualified person to speak. But all I want to say, Maharaj, is something that I repeat every year. Thank you for being my family. I can say that you're one of the only people that can see past this tough exterior that I try to put out to the world. You see right through it, you call me out on it, and then you run this one-sided relationship between us. And I always have this constant fear of letting you down. So like a lot of times I'll read your text and I'm like, if I don't respond appropriately, like what am I doing? You've seen me through multiple hospital visits over the last few years. You've been my strength. You are the reason I'm here. I'll say it again and again. You're the only reason I'm here. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I love you very much, Maharaj.
Vidya Prabhu ki jai. And now we have Gopi Gita and then Yogi Prabhu.
Who's next after? Oh, okay. Nice to have them lined up so it doesn't take so long.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. When I think of you, I think of not just my spiritual father, I think of you as my spiritual mother as well. Gokul Raj Prabhu said a beautiful sentence when he was getting initiated, Gopinath, last year, or rather earlier this year. He said that you meet us where we are and you take us to where we need to go. And that really encompassed for me all of my feelings towards you. Those of us who were raised in ISKCON and are the second half of this room, our kids who've been raised in ISKCON, it's not an easy journey because you're straddling so many different opinions and thoughts and worldviews and perspectives. And the youth, we tend to mask where we create different identities. And what I noticed with you 10, 15 years ago when I first started getting your association is that you accepted all identities of all of us. And I loved that you met us exactly where we were. You engaged with us at activities that are at our level. You spent your time, actual real time with us. Whether it's in the hospital, whether it's on a boat, whether it's chilling in some relaxed environment, at a retreat, you spent actual real time with the future of this world. And in 2 days, on September 12th, 1972, is when Radhakala Chenji were installed by Srila Prabhupada. And I feel like it's absolutely not a coincidence that it coincides with the week of your 70th birthday. Because out of all of the leaders, and in my almost half a century of being in ISKCON, there are so many leaders, amazing, powerful leaders in our movement. You are the one Swami who have spent hours upon hours upon hours of your actual physical time with the children and the teenagers of this movement. And I feel that that is something that every single leader needs to do. And so as we enter the next century, the next generation, my heart has been heavy this past few weeks, carrying the pain of our generation, of kids who have been neglected. With 50 years comes an amazing celebration, but also an amazing realization that so much more is to be done. And I request you to allow us to promote you, to spread your mission, your message. I know you're already extremely busy. You inspire Camp Ignite and TSI and bus tours and youth all across North America. I request that you stay very strong, that you ask us to help you in your strength so that we can continue your mission and spread this important important message of nurturing the next generation, at least throughout North America. And thank you so much for your care to our family. Hare Krishna.
Gopi Gita Prabhu ki jai. Now I'll ask Yogi Prabhu to come through. And then Ram and Brinda, you're coming in pairs now. Bhagavan and Ami. And then Gora and Govi. And then Asmita after that, okay? So just lining up. All right.
Haribol Maharaj.
Haribol.
Can you hear me? I was not expecting to speak, so. Oh no! I have so many memories with Maharaj. I traveled with him in the summer. I've gotten to connect with him in Dallas, so many different occasions. But when I think of you, Maharaj, I just think about the gift you have and the way you're able to just connect personally with so many different people. It's amazing. When I speak about my kids, or when my kids speak to me about you, they all have their own distinct memories. I know Ava spoke here about you before. She's actually on her way over here. Veda, when I tell Veda, hey, I've spoken to Maharaj, she'll say, you know, what did he say? Did he say, hey, yogi, yogi, yogi? And I say, no, I think that's something he only says to you. He didn't say that to me. And
I go Veda, Veda, Veda.
Veda, Veda, Veda. And even with Bala, I said, hey, Bala, today is Maharaj's Vyasa Puja. And he said, who? And I said, Bala, seriously, Maharaj. He said, oh, of course, Maharaj. He said, yes, I always like talking to Maharaj. He always makes me laugh, and he always tells me jokes. And that's just Maharaj to me. It's someone who could connect with everybody in such a personal way. I always think, wow, I have such a special relationship with Maharaj, and I still do, but I think, wow, he connects with everybody like that. So it's really amazing. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Yogi.
Yogi Prabhu ki jai. Ram and Brinda.
One's missing.
He's outside.
Okay.
He lasted about an hour. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
This is, we're so honored and blessed to be here. Lindy Vilasini is here. And honestly, Maharaj, everyone's talking about the care and the love and support, and we genuinely know in our hearts that, like, she's alive right now because of everything you orchestrated, Maharaj, and all the love you gave her. She was 3 days old and ended up in the hospital, and the spiritual family that Srila Prabhupada created, it's a very, we got an opportunity to experience it through and through. What does family mean? You've always said, and there's a line you share when people get married, that friends help divide the sorrow and multiply the joy. And in our lives and in all situations that we've been in, Maharaj, we felt nothing but love, support, encouragement, upliftment, unity in diversity, understanding how to work together, how in our weakest moments, how we should work together, how to serve Srila Prabhupada. I think so many people have been describing how you make Krishna consciousness fun, you know, and that's your direct instruction to us. When we've asked you how should we raise these beautiful souls that have entered our lives, is you said make Krishna consciousness fun for them. Actually, an instruction we've received from His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj is to set the example. So it's amazing. Sitting the two instructions together is to set an example of having fun, Krishna consciousness for our children. So we have a offering that we wrote together, which Vrinda will read.
Maharaj, please accept our sincerest obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. By the ever-flowing mercy of Srila Prabhupada, it is our greatest fortune.
Can you understand everybody? Can you hear? Maybe for just a minute. Yeah.
By the ever-flowing mercy of Srila Prabhupada, it is my greatest fortune to offer gratitude unto you today. Time and time again, we have been given golden opportunities to have your personal, inspiring, and loving association. As I reflect, it is heartwarming to have your guidance, watering the roots that nourish the branches of our lives. Every moment with you has been the most sacred, as your teachings and instructions are a constant source of shelter. In our entangled state, your compassion has been a place of solace and spiritual grounding and a compass to navigate the high tides. Your endless love has not only brought great joy, but has also helped our family weather tumultuous storms of loss, perplexity, and uncertainty. During the most recent challenge of a medical crisis, amidst being in the physical shelter of a hospital, your love sheltered us in the home that Srila Prabhupada built. You led us to the warm embrace of the Vaishnavas, which carried us through many months. In an incomprehensible experience with Kalindi Vilasini, we were showered with utmost compassion through your unlimited availability. You taught us the mood of prayer of Krishna, if you so desire, and gave us the strength to persevere through the chanting of the holy name. You told us that we couldn't have been in a better situation than with the devotees' prayers and with family, but that situation was orchestrated by your mercy. You instructed us to take it one emotion at a time, offering us more time if ever needed in moments of bewilderment. You allowed us to connect with you through your sacred connection with Srila Prabhupada and the holy name. We relish the times of chanting daily for Kalindi Vilasini's protection. Through the tiring and torturous days, we never tired of hearing your instruction to breathe when the mind became muddled. You offered friendship to our family day after day, and were the only one to know every detail of the hospital experience. You encouraged us to show love to one another, knowing the toll such an experience would take on the family. You held the torch of knowledge as we meandered through the medical mayhem. Your mercy and connection with Guru, Gauranga, and the Vaishnavas saved Kalindi Vilasini's life. As we continue on our journeys, the purification of your words are forever our guide. You lightened our darkest days and filled our hearts with unconditional love. One of the many beautiful lines in the Sri Guru Vandana prayer states that the spiritual master is an ocean of mercy and a friend of the fallen. Every moment's association with you has been a manifestation of this powerful proclamation. You have so lovingly inundated our family with an ocean of mercy. All glories to you. We are endlessly indebted to you.
Thank you. Ram Brinda Prabhu's ki jai. Now I'll ask Bhagavan and Ami Prabhu to come through.
Dear Radha Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances on your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Happy 70th Vyasa Puja. Maharaj, exactly 4 years ago, we were together in Vrindavan, serving Gunagari Maharaj during his final days. That was a very difficult time for me, filled with lots of emotions. Your presence in Vrindavan was a constant for Bhagavan and I. And we are so fortunate to have had you there by our side. I always felt a sense of calmness every time I was in your presence, and I was instantly uplifted whenever we got a moment to be together. Thank you for being there for us and for asking us how we were feeling and for providing words of guidance when we needed them the most. That time together we shared in Vrindavan was so special. And I will cherish those moments for the rest of my life. Your enthusiasm for the Sangha initiative and serving the youth is really one of a kind. You have inspired so many youth to grow within their Krishna conscious journey. Your guidance has personally impacted my spiritual growth tremendously, and I'm so grateful for your association. Chanting with you during our Japa Heaven sessions is so nourishing. I have struggled with chanting quality rounds, but when I chant with you, I chant the most attentive rounds. I appreciate your encouragement for Japa Heaven, and I hope that it continues for a long time. Maharaj, you have been a pillar in my life. I have felt so supported by you. You have a gift of making people feel comfortable when they're with you. I always remember you saying, quote, "I'm just a human that wears saffron." I want to thank you for allowing me to be my authentic self whenever I'm with you. You are the most genuine and thoughtful person I've ever met in my life. I pray to Krishna to always keep me in your service. With sincere love and gratitude. Amen.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Teach you to breathe too.
Dear Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and happy Vyasa Puja. During one of your Vyasa Pujas, I want to say a couple of years ago through Zoom, you had pointed out something that has always stuck with me. In the concluding words of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srila Prabhupada begins by saying, quote, "Today, Sunday, November 10th, 1974, corresponding to the 10th of Kartik, Chaitanya era 488, the 11th day of the dark fortnight, the Rama Ekadashi. We have now finished the English translation of Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami's Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita in accordance with the authorized order of His Divine Grace, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj, my beloved eternal spiritual master, guide, and friend. Throughout my journey in Krishna consciousness, I have always meditated on what the relationship with the spiritual master should look like. At times, I even kind of got mental about it. We hear of Srila Prabhupada's relationship with his spiritual master through what he has shared with us, with his life experiences, lectures, conversations, and books. And we see how he has showcased the ultimate standard of how we should view the spiritual master, a pure representative of Krishna. I strive to feel that way about my own spiritual master, our gurus in Srila Prabhupada. With my own spiritual master, His Holiness Gunagari Maharaj, I really wanted to feel that I can just be myself with him. I wanted an authentic, honest relationship. I knew how important it was to not cross the line between disciple and guru, but I also felt that in order for our relationship and my Krishna consciousness to grow, I wanted to experience that human aspect of him. And through that experience, Gunagari has become not only my beloved eternal spiritual master and guide, but ultimately became my friend. The reason why I bring this up is because I see parallels in the mood that you have with all of us, especially the aspect of being a friend. I realized that it is okay for a disciple to be a friend to their guru as well. And you allow us to have that friendship, which I have found helps us tremendously progress in our spiritual life. From a personal perspective, I saw how you truly imbibe true friendship by the way that you were there for us when Gunagari Maharaj passed away. I was wondering how I will be supported in the same way after Maharaj passed. As I reflected on our time together, I realized that without outwardly doing so, Maharaj arranged for you to be there for me during what I felt was the most difficult times in my life. When we were sitting on either side of Gunagari Maharaj when he left his body, at one moment I started crying and just put my head down as I was holding Maharaj's right hand. You were on the other side holding Maharaj's left hand. And then you reached across and grabbed our hands and smiled and kept motioning to squeeze harder. For me, it was a moment of you supporting me as well and making me feel comforted and saying, it'll be all right, I'm here for you. And then after Maharaj passed, you saw me and Ami outside of the room just sitting quietly, and he came to us and took both of our hands, and put them to your head. Again, another I'm there for you moment. I'm fully convinced that these moments are not just a coincidence. Maharaj, you are always there for everyone. You sacrifice so much of your time to be there for all of us. You allow us to be your friends, and we are honored. Then Srila Prabhupada continues in the concluding words, quote, I think that His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is always seeing my activities and guiding me within my heart by His words. As it is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Tene Brahma Hridaya Adi Kaveye. Spiritual inspiration comes from within the heart, wherein the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in His Paramatma feature, is always sitting with all His devotees and associates. It is to be admitted that whatever translation work I have done is through the inspiration of my spiritual master, because personally, I am the most insignificant and incompetent to do this materially impossible work, end quote. In this same mood, I pray on this special day that my spiritual master continues to guide me in my heart towards you, and you continue to guide me towards him. Because I know that this connection we have was arranged from a higher power in Krishna, and I know this because when I'm with you, I feel the most connected to my spiritual master. We love you, Maharaj. Yours in service, Bhagavan.
Thank you very much.
Jai Bhagavan Ami Prabhu's ki Jai. Gaurang Govind. Please. Oh, nice, please. And then we'll have Neelamada Prabhu and Madhuri Radha Prabhu come through because they need to put their child to rest. And then Asmita, you can come through next. Thanks.
Very well.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, happy Vyasa Puja. I guess I'll start.
You gotta do like.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, man. you.
Jai Gaurav Govi Prabhu's Ki Jai. Now we have Nilmadhav and Madhuri Radha Prabhu's. After that, we have Asmita, and then Garuda Dhwaja Prabhu might come through. Thank you.
Remember to breathe, Mohini. I mean, Madhuri Radha.
Dear Rita Vajaswami, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you and Srila Prabhupada. I am so grateful to you for being a part of my life at various important stages of it, and even the little moments in between. You're always checking in and reaching out, even when we're not responding to you right away. You are a thoughtful and caring uncle that I can easily open up to. You have been there when I was in school. I remember you'd come over for dinner and talk to my brother and I about life and encourage us to follow our nature. You've been there for good times in my life, like our engagement and our wedding, purifying the occasions with your presence and words. And when we could not physically be with each other due to COVID, you were there via Zoom for Giridhari's grain ceremony, speaking on the importance of Grihastha Ashram along with Guru Maharaj. You were even there for the most painful time in my life when I suddenly lost my father. You were busy and I'm sure exhausted with TSI, and without hesitation, you drove by yourself to Houston from Dallas for the funeral and stayed for a month, spending each night with us. Your association during this time was healing and uplifting for my mother, brother, and I. At many occasions, you have shared a quote. The first time I heard it was when Neil Madhava and I had our engagement ceremony in 2013. Friends increase joy, and friends divide sorrow. Life is full of joy and sorrow. That is the nature of life. But friends, when you are in that joy, will multiply it. And when you are in the situation of sorrow, frustration, or trouble, friends will divide that and make it insignificant. This is something I always remember and connect with you. You really embody this. You are a true friend, and I strive to approach friendship in the same way you do. You, of course, are always there for your disciples. You especially make yourself available to the youth through a TSI and summer trip, and you show your deep appreciation to your God siblings. You took care of Tamal Krishna Maharaj after his surgery. You flew all the way to Vrindavan to support Gunagrahi Maharaj during his last days. You expand yourself far and wide. You treat us all equally as a dear friend. Thank you for your magnanimous heart. Happy 70th Vyasa Puja. Your servant, Madhuri Radha Dasi.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I didn't prepare anything so nicely written like my better half, but I have a few bullet points. I wanted to start by just reading a short message that you sent to me. This was in February of 2013. Short and sweet message. And now when I read it, you all will probably think like this is not a sweet message, but we'll talk about it. Hare Krishna, and this is from Ritata Swami to me, February 2013. Hare Krishna, subject line was engagement with 20 exclamation marks. Well, I wrote you a sorry explanation about me being unable to plan ahead to attend the Pandavasena retreat. So just a little background. So Maharaj, we invited him to the retreats. At the time it was called Pandavasena, for the first time in 2013. And he messaged saying he doesn't plan his schedule for the entire year like Romapat Swami, so he can't confirm just yet. But let's see when we get a little closer. So, so he said, well, I wrote you a sorry explanation about me being unable to plan ahead to attend the Pandavasena retreat. Then yesterday, I found out that your wedding engagement party is on the 30th of March. In case you didn't know, I never received my invitation. Just for your education, once Daksha didn't invite Lord Shiva to a fire sacrifice, and Daksha ended up getting a goat's head. So just be aware, if there is an engagement party on the 30th or near, then I'll be in Texas at that time. I hope I get my invite, or you never know what could happen, because my name, Ritadwaja, is one of the 11 names of Rudra, and you know who that is. So I say this is a sweet message because this is Ritadwaja Swami's sweetness. He so lovingly inserts himself, invites himself, extends himself into your life. Even if you don't remember him or remember to reach out to him or keep Maharaj posted about your life, he's constantly giving you that nudge and push, and I know many of you experience that, that we need to make progress, and I appreciate that about you so much. And you mentioned Bandhavasena in there, and it reminds me. So initially, the first time we invited him in 2013, Maharaj, you didn't end up coming, but I think at some point you thought that you could potentially make it. You were going to pass through Houston to where we wouldn't have to buy you a plane ticket. And then he in his message, he said, you'll get 2 swamis for the price of 1, because we already had a swami confirmed. So he was really trying to get in on the retreats. And now I think he's been coming to almost every retreat over the past several years. I mean, we really don't even need to invite Maharaj. He just comes. And which is he's like part of the group. Like, there's not a retreat that can happen without Maharaj being there. And I think on that aspect of Maharaj's involvement in the retreats and just everything you've done for the youth is so, like the TSI at Bandhavasena is so dear to me. I haven't been so involved in the last couple of years, just been, little busy. But I just love, I mean, it's really changing the lives of so many youth all over the world. I mean, so many kids that I've spoken to when you first came, and then the next couple of retreats, I think we were there as well, have said, that there's no person like Ritadwaja Swami. There's no Swami like Ritadwaja Swami. And I can only imagine just over the next, B.A. Ashram Maharaj, you mentioned that we're made of grace, and all these youth and all of us that are getting this grace from you, I can't imagine all the projects and initiatives and things that will come from your grace and all your involvement with the youth and the time that you take to listen, and just it's amazing. I mean, I know hours and hours you spend just sitting and listening with the youth at these retreats, and I just love that about you so much. Another thing is that I really cherish and adore is just your deep friendship with my Guru Maharaj. Even just seeing you both just embrace each other. I don't know what it is about it. I mean, it's just like my heart feels full. I mean, just seeing you both in that way. And I just cherish fond memories of when we were together in Carpinteria. I think I drove both of you back and forth from LA for Balaram Purnima, I think. And we were staying there together, so that was really nice. In Carpinteria, I remember after Giriraj Maharaj would take prasadam, you would come a little while later, and it was usually pretty healthy, what Maharaj had for prasadam, and you would put cheese on top of it and microwave it, and then I started doing the same thing. And even to this day, when my parents send, I hope they're not listening, send healthy rice, vegetables, and that sort of thing, I'll throw cheese on it. Just like you. So, yeah, you're an expert cook. I heard the feast today is all your recipes, so that's really cool. I'll just be a couple more minutes. I know I'm going on and on. Your faith in the holy name. I mean, we just you just started doing these Japa Heaven sessions with us every Sunday, 1 p.m., with the Houston crew. And the last 2 Sundays, I mean, it's just been more difficult to do Japa and finish my Japa just now having young kids. And these last 2 Sundays, those 30 minutes with you for Japa is the best Japa I've done in, you know, these just last 2 Sundays in 2 years, 2-3 years. So it's amazing how easy it is to chant in your association. And the last thing, you're such a exemplary leader. In my life, you know, when Madhurivada's father passed away, the following week I lost my job. We were about to have our first kid.
Yeah.
It was just a really difficult time. And remember, we just came to your room and you didn't really